Hello, welcome to the March 10th, 2023 Club Cubase live stream. My name is Greg Undo, and I'm the host of the live stream. If you have not attended a live stream before, how it works is you can ask questions in the live chat field, or you get email questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. When asking questions, if you could specify, excuse me, I'm just going to mute my monitoring computer here. Bear with me just for a second. All right. So once again, when asking questions, if you could specify which version of Cubase you're running, so if it's Cubase LE, AI, Artist, Elements, or Pro, or other Steinberg programs, which version number, so if it's version 10, 10.5, 11, or 12, which operating system, that information is often helpful. When asking questions, my ability to answer questions in a real-time manner will soon be eclipsed. So if we could, I'll try to go through all the questions chronologically in order. If you see that maybe I accidentally skipped over your question, please feel free to ask the question again. But if you don't get an immediate response, if we could refrain from repeating the same questions over and over again, it just kind of slows down the whole process. That would be appreciated. We should have all the topics that are covered in today's live stream pinned to the top of the comments field with timestamps so that you could navigate directly to a particular topic. And if you wanted to search for topics that have been covered in previous live streams, I think we're just edging up on 25,000 topics in just a little bit under 3 years. So we'll be doing that. So you could go to cubaseindex.com, and we want to thank Jan from Stockholm for creating that website. We also want to give a special thanks to Agent K and to Jazz Dude, who do a lot of work as moderators, kind of making a better community. So they're not Steinberg employees. They just kind of do this out of the goodness of their hearts. We want to give special thanks to their efforts. And also a special thanks to Jazz Dude for his work on the Cubase Nation Discord. So you can, it's a wonderful resource for Steinberg users. So next Friday it'll be our 3-year anniversary since we started doing the live streams from COVID. So we'll do a couple giveaways. So we'll do our Club Cubase live stream trivia. So we'll be doing that. So make sure that you attend next Fridays. So that'll be our 3-year anniversary since we kind of ramped up the live stream since COVID. And once again, my name is Greg Undo. I'm presenting from outside of Washington, D.C. area in the United States. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America, and I primarily focus on Steinberg products. So I'm in Alexandria, Virginia, and if you're watching the live stream live, please tell us who you are and where you're from, and we will go ahead and begin. All right, so the first question is from Command Beats. Hi, when I make drums, I use sampler tracks. Is it possible to put all drum parts into one sampler track? So the sampler track is designed for having kind of one particular sample in it. So whether it's going to be like a drum loop, a vocal file, whatever, you could just come over. So let's say if we go to our Groove Agent library, and I have just one, let's say, a tom sound. So we'll put that into the sampler track. So once we do this, so we could play one sample at a time is really the intention of that. And if you wanted to create a sampler track for multiple instruments, like for creating a drum pattern, Groove Agent is really fabulous for this. So you could just drag and drop samples directly onto pads inside a Groove Agent and be able to have all of your different drum samples. You could have 32 different velocity layers. You could have 32 stereo outs with a really kind of purpose-built editing for drum samples. So while the sampler track's intended to do kind of one sample, if you needed to have 128 pads of samples with 32 velocity layers each, consider using Groove Agent SE. It's really kind of a purpose-built tool for drum samplings. All right, so we see from Peter from Montreal. It says his internet is out today and he's just tethering on his cell phone. So we hope you get your internet restored, and thanks for joining us. All right, and we have Lawrence Koch, who just says, hello from Rhode Island. Thanks, Greg, for the advice on Tuesday about moving a track to a lane. It worked perfectly, so thanks for letting me know. All right, and we have Val Liu, who was kind enough to send a little video, a wonderful video on how the Club Cubase live streams have been helpful. Thanks for sharing that with me. And his question is how to show the stereo input as two mono inputs in the mix window. Hugs from Vienna. So once we have our inputs defined, so we can see our audio connections, and we'll come over to our input. So right now I have one stereo input. If we go to our mix console and look at just our inputs, we can see that since this is defined as one stereo input, that we could, so I could have, let's say for inputs 1 and 2 in my audio interface. So if I wanted to see two distinct inputs, so once it's been defined as a stereo input, it's going to show up as a stereo input. Though even though we have a stereo input, I could go to a mono track and just say, okay, I want this to go into the left input, and I want this one to go into the right input. That we could have, single channels within a stereo input, but since it is defined as a stereo input in our VST connections, it's only going to show up here. But what you could do is just say you want to add a bus. Let's add mono, and we'll choose 2. And now we could just come over here and just say, okay, we're going to use the same physical inputs. So now I could have this as stereo in for 1 and 2. We could have this as input 1 mono, input 2 mono, using the same exact physical connection ports. And then whatever I choose to actually set for my audio track input. So when we come here, I could say, okay, we want my stereo in or mono in 1, mono in 2. And if we are clever enough to actually name our ins, we could say in 1. So we could just double click here, in 1. And rename this to in 2. So that when we're selecting inputs that we could have the names customized as well. So you're not going to see this if you have just a stereo input. You're not going to see, the mono inputs. You could, route mono inputs to different tracks. But if you want to see it on the mix console, then just simply make a stereo input and make 2 mono inputs using the same physical connections. And once again, one of the things that we're going to be doing is kind of setting up a marketing campaign for the Club Cubase live stream. So if the Club Cubase live streams have been helpful for you, and we've gotten a number of different responses with this, and I thank everyone for sending in their videos. But just if you want to do just a quick video and say how the live streams have helped you, so that would be my one favor I would ask of attendees. And again, thanks to Val Liu for sending in your video. All right, wonderful to see Benny on from Sweden. We see Jan from CubaseIndex.com and Jazz Dude and Agent K both on. All right, so we have Thomas Niwa just saying hello to all, and Filter Freak says he's happy that it's Friday. So. Okay, so we have Johnny Lizard says, I'm on Cubase for a week. How to bounce a MIDI track into an audio track. Okay, so let's say, like I have just this little MIDI. So we could select either the event, or if we wanted to select the track. So I'm going to select the event here. Let's go to my edit menu to render in place. We could go to our render settings, and we could choose to have it dry, or if we wanted to include like our channel strip and EQs or send effects or master effects. And now when I render, we could just come right over here, and it's created a new track. It's muted that by default, and we could just come over and play this. So if I wanted to, We could also, if we just have the track selected, like if I wanted to not ever see the MIDI stuff again, what we could do is I'm just going to select the track and we'll go to edit to render in place. We'll go to our render settings, and then on our source tracks, we just want to remove source tracks, and I'll hit render, and then that's just replaced what was our instrument or MIDI track directly to an audio track. So in case you don't want to get rid of the, particular, if you don't want to see the MIDI data there, you could just, otherwise by default, it usually will mute the event, so you can still go back and edit it if necessary. All right. All right, so we have Jason Sykes checking in from South Shields, England. Thanks for joining us. And we have Hiru Nugroho official, just saying great. So we have Soren. Thanks for your video as well, Soren. All right, and we have Nikolai from Bulgaria. Thanks for joining us. All right, so we have Rick Cooper asks his question. Sometimes my mix down does not sound like the mix I'm listening to. I'm using the control room. Maybe must just be me. So make sure, there's a couple things, realize that when you're dealing with the control room, sometimes if you notice that it's kind of a level situation, realize that, when you have the control room, that this could be just primarily your monitoring volume. So if you have your master fader kind of drop down low, this may attenuate the signal, and that could change kind of the gain structure of the exported file. So sometimes people may have this low and kind of crank up the control room or crank up their monitors. And then if this is at like minus 18 dB, it could be 18 dB softer than it could be softer than expected because you're telling Cubase to go through the mixdown process. Another thing that could cause it is if you have plugins that are going on. So if we go to the main area, and then so we open up the main tab while we have the inserts tab selected. If you have plugins here, realize that these particular plugins are just for monitoring and aren't going to have any impact, or it's not going to have any effect on the mixdown file. So this is kind of just a completely independent monitoring path. So if you're doing like maybe a room correction or something like that, you may want to make sure that you're doing it in the monitoring path and not on the particular master channel. So that often happens when people doing room correction plugins. All right, so we have Johnny Lizard who's just saying hello from Italy. We have Jean-Pierre Clerks checking in from Holland. Thanks for joining us. We have Tron from Norway. Great to see you back. All right, so we have John Barry checking in from Old England. Thanks for your video as well. It was wonderful. Thanks for sharing it. All right, and I can't pronounce this, but someone from Kazakhstan. So thank you for being on the live stream. We have Uno Memento checking in from Finland, and we have Enzo Mag, who I believe is from South Africa. So we see a question from Sable. Greg, what format to send a video? 9x16 or 16x9? So if you want to do like portrait mode, and you could, a lot of people are just using their cell phones to do it, that's fine. Either will work. I'm going to send it off to someone who will do all the cropping and make it work. But portrait mode, I think, is what most people will be sending in. So. So we see a question from Benny. Greg, when is the last day to email you the video clip for the commercial? So I think we could, we have a number of them coming in. So whenever you get it done, that would be great. So, I think as we do more little marketing pushes, we may just kind of cycle different videos in and out. So it's not a huge, deadline by any means. All right. Okay, so we have a question from Orhan or Orjan Wallen. Hi, Greg. I often experience that a linked couple of tracks loses their link and has to be relinked. Is this a known bug in Cubase 12, or am I doing something wrong to make this happen? All right, so let's say if I have a number of tracks here, let me just say we'll take these particular tracks. So I haven't run into issues with like linked channels turning unlinked. But when I come over here, so let's just say I will create a link and let's just do a quick test. Okay, so now when I come here, and sometimes, if you hold down the control or the alt or option key, you could, move one of the channels kind of independently of each other. But make sure that you didn't accidentally put that you didn't unlink it. And if you go to your link groups, you could kind of see what is linked. Also, if these are going into like a different linked group, such as a VCA, realize that sometimes may overwrite some different aspects, and make sure like when you go into the link settings that you know what particular functions that you want to actually take part in the link, that those are set up as well. So if it's maybe one of the parameters is unchecked, then it's perhaps appearing like it's unlinked. But if anyone else has channels that have gone unlinked, please let me know. All right, so we have a question. Could I get advice on how to use Squasher normally without destroying my mix? Okay, so let's try it on a track here. We don't have anything kind of going in the master bus. So a lot of times with any kind of squashing type plugins, and dynamics plugins are really kind of meant to get a lot of gain out. You might have to be a bit more judicious overall, but let's come over here and let's open up Squasher. And I'll just start off with like a mastering preset. Okay, so we'll bypass it. It's even just like a master bus tight is a good, and if you do find that it's like getting a bit crunchy, like that's probably getting a little too crunchy on transients, you could bring down the overall level. But maybe if you're starting with a particular preset, and then kind of tweak from there, like, okay, maybe, and a lot of times these can be, and it could depend upon the genre of music. So I wouldn't use Squasher on like an Americana, like acoustic guitar, violin, very tender vocals. But for like EDM stuff, it's very well suited. Make sure that, you're also, if you're running multiple gain stages, you could try to switch the actual, point of the gain structure. So if you're running like, 3 or 4 different type of mastering plugins to kind of raise the dynamics, maybe take some of those off, but usually by itself, and kind of start with some of the master presets, you should be in a good spot for that. All right, wonderful to see Tim Weinheimer from Mission Viejo. All right, and we have Kare from Norway. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Thanks for joining us. Okay, so we have a question from Lucas. Hey, Greg, how come when I'm quantizing an audio file, pressing Q and I repeat the action, clicking Q multiple times, it keeps quantizing? Okay, so let's say if we're doing this, and I'll just select this. So it could be that when we go to our quantize panel, maybe that you have the iterative quantization. So this is like a percentage quantization. So let's say if I want to take, this particular kick drum here, and now I want this to quantize to eighth note. So I'll hit quantize, and then that will quantize. So let's say we undo that. So if we have iterative quantize on, what this is a percentage-based quantization. So instead of moving it directly to the nearest beat, in this case, we have our quantize percentage set to 90% or 80%. So this, instead of moving it directly on the beat, we'll move it 80% closer to the beat. And then if I hit it again, it kind of takes that same actual point and moves it 80%, 80%, 80% closer to the beat without actually really kind of hitting the beat for a couple times. So if I wanted to come here, and let's say I have my Q set, and I'll just switch this to 50%. So now when I come over here and I quantize, it doesn't move it exactly on the beat, it moves it half of the way to the beat. So it just kind of takes that space that's left and automatically moves it 50% closer to the beat or 80% closer to the beat. So it's not so mechanical. So that's why if this is on, if some people will call it a soft quantize, iterative quantize, that's going to be a percentage. You could do multiple versions and it'll kind of ever so slightly just divide the amount of space between where it is and the beat by that percentage over and over and over again. So that's why you could do the quantize probably many times if the soft quantize is enabled. All right, so we see in Finland it's -4 degrees centigrade and snowing. So, all right, and we have Dan Rue in Phoenix, Arizona. Thanks for joining us. All right, so we have how do I make a virtual drum set by combining instruments from different VSTs and play finger drumming on a keyboard live? Can Cubase help me do that and route each instrument to different MIDI tracks? All right, so there's a couple of ways to approach this, but let's say we'll start off with, I'll do just a new project and we'll load up some different track. So I'm going to load up some instrument tracks. So let's say, okay, let's start with backbone. So get this loaded up. Okay, so now when I play, okay, so we have our kick and backbone. Let's go over here and go to another instrument track. So let's say now I want a Groove Agent SE. All right, and let's say we'll just load up a quick. So let's say, so I want to use maybe this sound for my kick, and maybe I want to use this for my snare. And let's load up another instrument track. So let's say we'll do a Howling Sonic. And we'll come over to load up some drums here. All right, and so let's say we have like 3 different kits loaded up. So we have backbone, so I'm going to just create a MIDI track. And let's come over and I'll just create kind of a very quick event. We'll double click and I just want to come over here. We're just going to make a new drum map. Okay, so we'll just choose this to be our empty map. Okay, so now that we have a drum map set up, I'm going to come over, say we'll go to C1, and C1, I want this particular note to go out to backbone, and I want my snare to go out of my groove agent. And let's say we wanted our hi-hat to go out of, let's see if we, out of Howling Sonic. Let me just try a different sound, may not have. We just okay, so let's say I want F1. So, but this way I could just program kind of different. So once we have a drum map here, we could choose for these all to be going out of different devices. So instead of having to and then we could just have that all set up so that we could play in and be able to have one drum map set up that could go to multiple destinations. So once you have the instruments loaded, create a MIDI track, and then you can create a new drum map, and then that drum map you can assign to different outputs in different destinations, different MIDI channels. So let's say on this one, like if I go to my Howling Sonic SE, let's say if I switch this to MIDI channel 10. So now I could just so that way we could have 3 different instruments that all could, one track can be routed out to multiple instruments with different MIDI channels on them, just kind of very easily. And if you wanted to just come over here and say this is kick, snare, and we'll say Tom. You could label that and then save the drum map. So while you have 3 different tracks, they could all be going from one event. So let me know if that's helpful for you, and then you can play any of those particular sounds, just triggering it from MIDI with your fingers. All right, so Benny wants people to smack the like button. Mike Rivera says hello to everyone. All right, so we have F in chat asks, hello from Bulgaria. Sometimes the outputs from the channels disappear and I have to go F3 and reroute manually all the channels to stereo out. Any ideas why? So the only time that I've seen like the outputs disappear is, let me say, if I'm in a project. So let's say I have all of these tracks. And all of these tracks are set to go to like stereo out. So we look at all of these going to stereo out. So let's say if I had all these tracks and I chose to send them to a group. So we're going to send this to a stereo group and we'll call this test. Okay, so now when we look at our tracks, all of my drum tracks, if we look at our output here, will be set to test. All right, now if I get rid of this destination, so let's say I now remove my group track, now all of the tracks, since they were routed to the group track, and that group track is no longer available, will now say no bus. So make sure that you didn't route it to like a group and then delete the group. And that could cause kind of exactly what you're describing. Okay, so we see, hi Greg, how to configure headphones on UR44C in the control room. So once you go to kind of like the little, I don't have a UR44C, but you could have, let's say if I come here to my URC, so I think I only have one headphone out, but you may also just see like a little, where you could say, okay, outputs 3 and 4 go to headphones. I just have one single headphone out, but on this little page you can see the like where the where the routing for the headphones goes. So and then you could say outputs 1 and 2 go through headphone out 1, outputs 3 and 4 go to or will then be sent to outputs to headphone 2. And then you would just set, like in your control room setup, once you have that configured, you would just go to your audio connections and then say, okay, if I wanted a separate distinct headphone mix, at that point I would go to my Q mix and say this is going out to outputs 3 and 4, and that output 3 and 4 is the signal path that the headphones is connected to. So sorry, I don't have a UR44C connected to show you exactly, but if you want to, I could send you maybe a screenshot after the live stream if you want to email me to clubcubase@steinberg.de. All right, so we see when I zoom in to some of my audio waveforms, it is squared and not perfectly round like a sine wave. Is that normal, or does it have to do with my settings? So, generally, depending on the audio file, so, if you generated, like, let's say if I wanted to look at a test tone here, and we zoom in, all right, so let's say if I zoom in on my waveform here, we'll see that that is going to be like pretty smooth. But let's say if I wanted to generate, so let's go to my mix console, and let's say on my, I'll turn the volume down so we don't have to listen to it. But I wanted to take this particular track, and on this input channel, we'll go to Tools, and let's generate a square wave. Okay, and I'll just record a little bit of the square wave. So we'll say, okay, it's going to input 1. And let me just zoom in here. Okay, so now, so if we look at it, we'll zoom in and we can see that this amplitude is because it's a square wave. So it really could depend exactly on the source material that you are recording. So if I recorded something that was kind of like a square wave, that's what the waveform would look like. And if we did it just as a normal, like if we look at our input fader here, we'll just say, okay, if I switched this to be a sine wave or a triangle wave. So depending on the audio material itself, that could have kind of a big effect. So if we're doing kind of a typical sine wave, and we're looking at this file here, which was just a test tone as a sine wave, you see that. So I don't think it's anything to be concerned about if it's kind of choppy. It's really just whatever it's displaying, whatever information has been captured in your particular audio file. All right, wonderful to see Robbie Bowling from Dallas, Texas. Glad you can make it. Okay, so my chat field just jumped on me. Okay, so we have a question from DJ Ride. How do you make a drum loop sample into stems? How to extract the MIDI from the stems? Okay, so let's say if I'm here on this particular file, so we'll just solo this. Okay, and I'll just turn up my... All right, so if we had, I'll just load up like a Groove Agent instance, and I'll just start from square one. So I'm going to just drag this to a particular pad on Groove Agent. We'll go to Slice, and then we'll say Create Slices. We could adjust kind of our threshold here. So let's just say, okay, I want this based on transient. Oh, didn't like that. All right. Just get this project loaded up real quick. Okay, so take this. Okay, so let's go ahead and I'll just do a new instance of Groove Agent. Okay, so now I'm going to drag the pattern over. Again, go to Slice. We're going to create our slices. Okay, so now each of these slices has, been put onto its own pad. So if I wanted to say, okay, that snare, what I want to do now is come over and say, okay, I want the snare to go out of output 3. Say that's a snare, so send a snare to output 3. Output 3. And if you had the full Groove Agent could kind of analyze these for you. So let's say, okay, now I want to send my hi-hats to output 4. All right, so now that I've created these slices, I could just drag this particular, we'll see like this little file there. So now I could just drag this. And as we do this now, we could just have these particular slices all broken down into the MIDI domain. So if you wanted to, at this point, take your different outputs and let's say, okay, we could now, and just reread the question here. Okay, so and if you, that's how you could kind of extract the MIDI. So it's already created once you make the slices and drag this. So you'll see when we go to into instruments, this little MIDI icon, drag that onto the project. And now that we have these different outputs defined, when I go to render the track, so we'll just come here, go to edit, and we'll render in place. We'll go to our render settings, and I'll say, let's use channel settings. Don't use dry. That now we could have the different tracks kind of rendered out independently. So that way you can have like your kick, hi-hat, snare, all kind of on separate, unique outputs. Okay. All right, so John Costigan says, hello, Cubasers everywhere. So glad you can make it. John's from Kenosha, Wisconsin. We have Michael Teams from Weatherford, Texas. Glad you could join us. All right, and we have Omyong Music Lab saying hi to everyone. Randy Lee from Texas. Great to have you on. Everyone check out Cartoon Character Assassins. That's Michael's project that he worked on. It's now available on Spotify and other streaming services. All right, so we have a question. Is Backbone free with Cubase 12? Backbone is sold separately, so it's a separate instrument, and it's also part of the Absolute collection, but it's not part of Cubase 12. All right, you see Randy Lee has picked up a cold and is a bit under the weather. We hope you recuperate quickly. All right, we have Mark Winslow saying aloha. All right. We see Michael Pierce on from London. Thanks for joining us. All right, Michael Teams wants people to smash the like button. And Michael Teams is giving out virtual ice cream already. All right, so we have Arif B saying hello to everyone. All right, wonderful to see Gareth on. Glad you can make it early. And Michael Teams is very happy to see Gareth on. All right, we see Gerald Ely on from Martinez, California. Hope that you and Sable are going to be, and just saw like all sorts of rain that you guys are going to be getting in Bay Area. All right, so we have Essa just asked, I'm just joining, what is going on? So we're just, the Club Cubase live streams, if you haven't been on one before, is we just kind of sit here and answer user questions. So any questions you have on Cubase or Steinberg products, feel free to ask, and we'll try to help you out and get you up to speed and so you could work with it better. Okay, so we have a question. When does Cubase 13 come out? So when it's all ready, That's when it's out, but we generally don't announce release dates in advance. I think it's just gets to be kind of a bad tease for customers. But rest assured that it's currently being worked on very actively. So, as is probably the elements of Cubase 14 are probably being worked on. So, the development team never really gets a break. So, once a version is out, they're constantly working to come up with new solutions. But as soon as it's we have information to share, we will. So. And we see John McDonough just says 13 will come out immediately after I upgrade from artist to pro. So if you wanted to take advantage of, one of the things that's going on this month, to just reiterate, is there is a 40% off promotion for Cubase. So it's a wonderful time to kind of jump up and save some money on that. All right, so we see from Captain's High. Hi, Greg. What is the best way to do parallel effects track? So I can send, say, 5 tracks to the same distortion, but at different distortion volumes. Do I have to make an effects track for each distortion? So I think just one effects track. So let's say if I want it to, we'll jump to different project here. So let's say I wanted to add distortion on drums, for instance. All right, so I'm going to just come, let's say I wanted drums on these 5 tracks. Okay, so I could just right click and say I want to add an effects channel. And I want this to be set to Destroyer. Okay, so let's say at this point I want to set my mix all the way up. And so now when I take my drums, we'll go to like our sends here. So, and then we could add our varying levels just from here. So I'll just enable Q-Link. I'll just turn these down. So let's say as we're playing these particular drum tracks, so I want to add more distortion. And varying levels of distortion. Or if I don't want distortion on it. So we can have it dry. So this way we got one distortion effect as an effects channel. And then we could send varying levels of distortion to all the tracks without having to do 5 different ones. So these 5 tracks are all sending kind of in parallel to our distortion. So give that a shot and let me know how that will work for you. All right, so we see hi from Germany. What is the easiest way to play multiple instruments at the same time? It says, to be honest, I like the way Studio One, the way in Studio One a lot. Thanks and cheers. So, what you could do is, what's pretty easy, I think, is just to, if you wanted whatever is selected, you could just come over here. Let me just find something here. So let's say I wanted to play, let me just, all right, so let's say I have my oboe and bassoon. So if you just, arm the different tracks, you could do it like that. You could also take multiple tracks, and if you wanted to say, let's So as we come here, we could just say, let's move the selected tracks to new folder. And let's say I just want to call this folder wins. So at this point, I could just say, okay, now when I arm, I could play all my tracks just by arming the wins track. But let's say, I think we could also maybe, let's say if I wanted to do this for strings as well. So let's say we'll just turn this off. That I think if we take those, and if you have a number of instrument tracks, one of the things that you could also do is just link the instrument tracks together. So it doesn't necessarily work with MIDI, but if I wanted to link, let me just come over here and show. All right, so now if we have 4 tracks here, we could also just link these and say, I just wanted to, I think we could do just the record enable monitor. So now I could come over, and anytime that any of these tracks is record enabled, it will, record enable all of the tracks. So that way, as soon as these tracks are just record enabled, all of them will automatically be linked together. So there's a couple different ways of approaching it. But while some may kind of stack, I think that this is a little clearer as to for the audio routing on the back end, where if you have like one track that's kind of stacking multiple events, then it could be not as clear for doing individual effect processing on the individual instruments. All right, so we have a question from Braxel. So if I buy version 12 today and they pop out with 13, I have to buy it all over again to upgrade. So no, you don't have to buy it all over again. So usually, in the past, like going from like a version 11 to a 12 is generally $99. So you don't have to buy it all over again. If you're an existing user, there's a discounted, significantly heavily discounted upgrade path. So don't worry about that. All right, so I think I just had an email pop in. Let's see if we can get to this now. All right. All right, so you see, okay, so we have a question that's just mailed in. It says, please, I wish I could apply my ongoing Cubase 12 project a stereo synchronized delay just over a small portion of my lead voice track. I don't want this effect to be active all the time. Thank you so much in advance for your sharing your precious knowledge. So, all right, so to do this, right, all you have to do is you find something with vocals in it. Okay, so let's say we're listening to this.
Do you recall the day we first met? That was a long, long time ago.
So let's say right at the end of the line here.
That was a long, long time ago.
All right, so let's say we want to do just the word ago. So I'm going to take I'm going to grab that as a range selection. So I'm going to turn off my snap and just say I want my range to go there. So I'm going to select the range using the range selection tool. Then we could go to audio, and we'll go to processes, and we go to audio to plugins, and we'll just say, let's go to a delay, and I want it to have just a mono delay. Let me just, or another way of doing this is I'm going to select that region and hit F7. And then we'll choose plugins, delay. And now we could just come over here as we listen to it.
Go. That was a long, long time ago. Go.
Now let's say I select it and I want it to go from like a half note delay to a quarter note delay. We could just reprocess it.
Long, long time ago. It was 7th grade in the school park.
So once again, all you have to do really is just kind of select. And I'll just hit F7 just to get rid of this. And we could get rid of this at any time, even after saving the project. So if you say, okay, we want just like a throw delay. So I could just, again, select just with the range tool, say, okay, I want the delay. Hit F7, choose your plugin, and say, let's just do quarter note delay, or let's do maybe a dotted quarter. And at this point, we could add tails on it if we needed to, if we didn't select kind of an extra range. And just to solo that.
It was 7.
So give that a try and let me know how it works out for you. Thanks for sending your question in. All right, let's jump back to our live questions. All right, so Greg Malik asks, how do you close the in-place editor on a track? So all you have to do is, it's the keyboard shortcut that you use is Control or Command plus a Shift and the letter I. And I think that's the default. Make sure I thought that was there. I think that's the key command. I'm just going to check the key command, just make sure I'm not. Okay, so once we have that, so Command Shift I. So Command or Control plus Shift plus the letter I opens and closes it. So once you're here, use the same keyboard shortcut. So Control or Command plus Shift and the letter I, and that will open and close the in-place editor. All right, so we see from Essa just saying, I hope he does live video on vocal recording. I'd love to get taught a few new things and tricks. So, let me know if you have a particular question on vocal recording. I'd be happy to address it. Or if you want to see like just a tutorial video on vocal recording, and if there's anything that you don't think that you understand, we'd be happy to show you that. All right, so we see from Mayhin says, I'm pretty sure they have like a 6-month grace period or something like that. If you buy 12 today and 13 comes out within 6 months of your purchase, you'll be able to upgrade for free. So the grace periods can change, but it's usually not 6 months. It's usually about a month is kind of a general rule of thumb, but it could switch. They did a big promotion on Absolute in like November of last year, and they came out with a new version just a couple of weeks ago for Absolute 6 and Halion. So they extended the grace period back for that. But generally, it's not 6 months. It's usually about a month unless there's kind of extenuating circumstances. So if they did like a big, huge promotion for it and 2 months later something's coming out, that in that case, they actually extended the grace period. But the grace period generally, as a rule of thumb, is about a month. It's what it's kind of been in the past. All right. Wonderful to see Brian Sawyer Sr. from Beulahville, North Carolina. Thanks. Glad that you could join us today. All right. We have Bruce Bruton from Simi Valley asking how everyone is doing, and he's smashed the like button. That's great. Thank you. All right, my chat field moved on me again, so let me find my spot. All right. So we see Lesko Brendan checking in from Paraguay. Thanks for joining us. Braxel asks, I'm debating buying Cubase and leaving Reaper. Should I? Yes, it's really easy. So I think Cubase has like so many wonderful features, and it's very comprehensive, and we have kind of a wonderful community here that meets twice a week, so that you could actually get all of your questions answered very easily. All right, so Nick says he still looks like a hamster and feels pretty rough, but he managed to hit the like button. Thanks. We hope you continue to feel better and recover quickly. Thanks for popping in. All right, so we see from Esteban Carlos Benson, this goes a little bit outside the topic of Cubase, but I just got a Korg Nano Control 2 that doesn't work well on Windows. Can you recommend any small MIDI controller that works well on Windows? So I think, and I've read, I don't have any problems with my Nano Control 2 on my PC, but I think if there is a number of, if you Google it, I have seen some people, like if you have a lot of different USB MIDI ports, that maybe if you make the Korg Nano Control kind of show up higher in the list, and there's kind of if you Google this, you could come across it. But I have, like 5 or 6 different MIDI interfaces, 2 of them like, 8x8, and I don't have any problems with my Nano Control. Also check to make sure that you have enough like USB bus power on it as well. So, if you're connecting it to a hub, make sure it's a powered hub. But I've had like really good luck with my Nano Control. It's been like really pleasantly surprised at, the size and the functionality I can get out of it. Okay, so we see, how can I delete all audio events with the same name? Okay, so I think we could do this in the logical editor. So I'll just create a new project here. Let's add an audio track. Okay, and all right, so we'll just call this delete by name. All right, and let's say I'll just do some quick recordings. All right, and I'll add another audio track below, and we'll creatively call this audio 02, audio 01. All right, so we have a number of different tracks, different events with different names. So let's say I'll go to my project logical editor, and we'll say, let's go to setup, and we want to choose to delete, and we'll say media type is equal to audio, and then name contains delete by name. Okay, so now if I did this right, any audio file that is delete by name will be deleted. So we could just do it like that. And if we wanted it to only be events, we could say media type is equal, or container type is equal, we just undo. So we'll say container type is equal to event, and the name contains delete by name. So this is called audio 01, 01, 02, 03. So now we'll just delete events that have that particular name. So you could just have that pull up and be prompted. So let me know if that's helpful, what you want to accomplish. All right, so you see question, how to set up two effects for left and right channel separately. Okay, so let's jump back to this project. Okay, so let's say I want to take the guitar part. So let's say I wanted to have maybe, I'll just do, let's add an effects channel. So maybe I wanted a chorusing, let's say a little bit of chorusing on one side. We'll do a delay. So we'll say a mono delay. And let's add a flanger. Okay, so now we're in our guitar part, and I'm going to just open up the channel so we can hear our delay. And let's listen to our flanger. So if we go to panning on our effect sense here, I can say let's put the flanger on the right and the delay in the left-hand side. So now as we listen to it, the delay is only going to be in the left speaker. And I can put the flanger only in the right speaker. Still hear the delay just kind of cascade on the left speaker. So once again, once you have the effect sense, just come over here to panning, and then you could pan each effect send independently. So let me know if that's helpful. Okay, so we see just a question. Hi, Greg. How can I fix Cubase always freezing when working with the routing? So I haven't really come across that, but let me know, like, are you routing to like physical outputs on your audio interface? Are you routing to internal groups? Are you routing to, to effect sends, to VCAs. Let me know what kind of routing you're doing, but I haven't really come across that. And also, if you could let us know what audio interface you're using. So if you're using multiple outputs with that, but I haven't really run into issues with routing. But if you have a project that's always causing issues, you could please feel free to share it with me at clubcubase@steinberg.de. See, Braxel just says, yes, I was thinking about the sale of Cubase 12. Will it cost a ton to upgrade? So generally it's like $99, but it's kind of getting 200 or so new features. Usually when we do a new major release, I'll do kind of a live stream showing all the new features. And like from 11 to 12 to kind of go through the new features was like an hour and 45 minutes. So it's well worth kind of the new functionality that you get with each upgrade. All right, so we see a question from Mike Weiser. In my drum tracks, I'm getting false hit point detection in random areas, even when I don't have those tracks detected. Any way of getting rid of them so that the cursor doesn't snap to them? So anytime that you have anytime, usually by default, Cubase will detect, do an automatic hit point detection, so you don't have to do it afterwards. If you're in a situation where it's like, okay, now we're looking at our hit points, and once we're editing hit points and you're like, okay, I don't really, like this hit point is wrong, hold down the Alt key. And then, you could often, I think it's the Alt key too, so you could enter in hit points, or let me just see if I thought it was the Alt key. So I think we just get this out of the way here. I know like the warp markers, it's the Alt key. To get rid of it. All right. Let me just check on. All right, so let's say if we go to our free warp here. So here, if we hold down the Alt or Option key, we can get rid of it. But if you wanted to, you could also just choose to, adjust the threshold and the intensity. But you could choose to remove all of the hit points just by clicking there. So let's say if I wanted to come, so I guess it's going to be more dependent upon kind of the threshold and intensity. So maybe you could make those adjustments and that will do the trick for you. So, but if you wanted to, just on the hit points tab here, you could just choose to remove the hit points as well. See Braxel just talking about he's going to give the trial version a shot. So yeah, we give the trial version a shot, and then take advantage. I think the promotion ends the 40% off on 28th of March. So. All right, Bruce Bruton asks, just got Hallian 7. Can you briefly hit on some of the new features? So there's kind of a new spectral oscillator. There's going to be new, the biggest thing is going to be the FM lab. So let's say when we go to our instrument track, we'll just load up Hallian 7, where it could actually, even import sysx files from old DX7s or TX81Zs. It's going to be, Apple Silicon native. It's on the new Steinberg licensing. You kind of get like a new home page. So if you just wanted to start, so you could start off, say, okay, I want to create different instruments. So if you want to do a simple instrument or granular synthesis, organ oscillators, FM synth, and you get kind of different news articles directly here once you started. So if you wanted to just kind of start a single instrument, there's kind of more unified media bay between Cubase and Hallian, so that if you do ratings in one, they'll automatically kind of carry over. You get a new Tails instrument. So when you start, we can think of this is very kind of similar to what Verve is for piano. This will be for acoustic guitar. So if we wanted to have, and now we could add a texture in. So if we click on our texture tab, so say, okay, we wanted to come to our texture, and we could just bring in like different, and be able to have access to, so let's say we want to go to our guitar, we can have it hard, soft. And so if we wanted to have just, and also, the biggest thing is going to be, so, Hallian was always great at doing, virtual analog synthesizer, granular synth, and we worked very closely with our Yamaha colleagues because we're all in the same family. And now we could just come over and have a full FM synthesizer. There's new modules, new effect plugins that come with it. But now if you wanted to come over here and be able to adjust and start working with all of your different carriers, if you want to go, more arpeggiation options. But now as you wanted to just come over and say, okay, you can see kind of your operators and your carriers, and the ability of importing all of your, sysx data. The modulation matrix has been updated, so lots of new functionality, but just wonderful presets that you get inside. So all of your just randomly. So it's one of those, like, every time you just kind of go to a different patch. So kind of very classic FM stuff, but also like a lot of but you could, spend, and of course, if you wanted to sample directly in, like we showed that last week, but really just kind of any, like lots of great libraries that come with it, just a real joy of an instrument to use. Okay. All right, so we see from Esteban Carlos, just you know, this is going back to his recommendation or looking for suggestions on MIDI controllers. So let me know if you just want like MIDI faders, or if you want drum pads, if you wanted knobs and faders and switches. That information would be helpful. Like if you wanted eight great faders, check out I use a Choi Sauce. I have a Nectar controller, like a P4 that I use. I have the CC121. I have a Korg Nano controller, all kind of within arm's reach. All right. So we see question. Using a multi-band EQ, is it possible to add sidechain on it? So when we have, so let's say on our project here, we'll go to our mix console. So it depends on the EQ. And so, but if you have like frequency, which is a very high quality EQ that comes with Cubase, we can activate sidechain, and then each of the 8 bands could be has independent sidechain capabilities. So each band could have its own independent sidechain, and this is helpful when you're running it in dynamics mode. So if you wanted to have each band have its own unique sidechain, you could just click there and set the sidechain input for each of the 8 bands. All right, so we see question 2. Is there a way how to read or change chords if you're a beginner, not to use the C note all the time? So if you wanted to, if you have a chord track, so let's come and we'll just add chords here. And let's say like my primary instrument is not piano. So let's say I do like C, then I want to go to F. Let's do kind of typical chord progression. So let's say my keyboard abilities are really handy in the key of C. But now if I needed to transpose that to a different key, what you could do is, okay, let's say I have my chord tracks, just select the events. So let's say we just select the chords here, and then we could choose to, you'll see root key is C. And then I could say, okay, let's make it up to D major or to A major. So, and if we would said, okay, I want this to be G minor, that we could switch the chords accordingly here for our root keys. So if that's what you want to do, just, you can put in C chords and then select the chords, and then that will automatically allow you to just kind of switch around and to have different keys available. Let me know if that's what you want to do. All right, so Braxel asks, I still do not understand why they have Cubase and Nuendo. So Nuendo is going to add some very specific, advanced audio functionality that most people doing music in Cubase don't really get into. So if you wanted to do really extensive Atmos support with multiple beds, if you wanted to do, if you're working in the game audio industry and you're working with Audio Kinetic Wise and you wanted to have interactions where your media and projects can communicate directly with Audio Kinetic Wise back and forth. If you need to do really specific ADR, you're the person that goes back and re-records all of the dialogue for a film that was shot on location. When you see the actors go into the studio and they reread all of their lines. If you need to do reconforming, if you need to do 22.1 surround for IMAX films, those features are, if you need to do working with different scripts and be able to work with Netflix metering so that when you're working with Netflix shows that your meters work. So those are some of the things that are found in Nuendo. If you needed to have a whole suite, like 10 studios that are working on one project, be able to run the project in kind of networked collaboration where a master, let's say the person in charge of the project could assign different tasks to different editors. Those are the types of things that are found in Nuendo. For a lot of people doing music production, if you don't understand those features, there's people that need those features, and those people would tend to use Nuendo because they have very specialized tasks that they need to do. But if you're doing music production, Cubase would meet all of your needs. If it's good enough for Hans Zimmer to win an Oscar last year, it'll probably work for us. So that's why there's Cubase and Nuendo, so we still can, offer the particular, so we can still offer like really specialized functionality for people that need it, and that takes a lot of time to develop. Some customers need that, not all customers do, and that's why we have two different programs, so you don't have to pay for stuff that you don't need. Okay, so we have a question from Val Lu. When divided the track list, can we sync it somehow to move or delete marked events? So they're going to be kind of, you could always just turn on and off the divided track list. So, once you're in a divided track list, you're not stuck there, and if you're not familiar with what the divided track list is, I could come over here and I could have like markers or a video track at the top of the project. And as I scroll down, that this will remain at the top of the project. And if this is turned off, as I scroll down, we'll notice that the marker track will just kind of can scroll out of view. So I'll just move this to the top. So as I scroll down now, we could just do that. So when you select different elements and they are in the divided track list, they will function independently, which is what a lot of people will want it to do. So if I'm here, but you could always just kind of toggle quickly back and forth between them if you needed to, be able to, so, if you needed to sync between them. All right, wonderful to see Jeff Sabelski checking in from Chico, California. See Braxel just asking Sable, is it better to buy now and save or just wait for 13? So I would buy now, and that way you could get everything going on. You could be working with it now, and when 13 comes out, if you need those features, then there's that's all you'd really have to, you could upgrade if you needed to, or you could, just start working now with it. So I would take advantage of the discount. That's what I would do. All right, so we see a question, is there a way to keep multiple takes on retrospective recording? Okay, so let's go to a different project here. Go back to... All right, so let's say if I was doing a retrospective recording and we wanted to do like different takes. All right, so we'll come over. Okay, so I'm going to put this into like a one measure loop. Okay, so I'm going to put this into like a cycle record. Okay, so now we'll play. Okay, let's say I'm just going to not hit record this time. It kind of defeats the purpose. I'm going to play. Okay, so now I didn't hit record, but when we go to our retrospective recording, we could say insert as cycled recording. So right from the inspector. So now when we do this, each one of the takes is just set up so that it was as if we were cycled. So if we just played while we were in cycle recording, at that point, we could see all of our different takes just laid out for us. So once again, just select the event and you'll see from retrospective recording that you could insert it as a long linear recording or insert it as a cycle recording. So let me know if that's what you wanted, Mike. See, Braxel's just saying sorry for all the questions. There's no worries. This is what we're here for. So we're here to answer questions. If we didn't answer questions, it would, that's what we do. All right, so we see, does anyone know if Cubase SX is still available? So you can't buy a new license for it, but if you have like Cubase 11 or earlier, that license will still open up like Cubase SX3. So so you don't necessarily buy it, but if you have like a Cubase 11 license, like if you have projects that were open, you probably have like, any license that was after Cubase SX, because SX was dropped in version 4 from the name. So if you have like Cubase 4 through Cubase 11 license, that will open up Cubase SX. So if you needed to, and people often do that when they need to import different like .all or .arr files from Cubase VST or Atari Cubase. See, Johnny Lizard took advantage of the Cubase 12 cross-grade promotion from his FL Studio. So it's great. We're happy to have you on in the Cubase family. All right. All right, so we see question. I see that Cubase has a drum editor like Reaper. Can you transfer Superior Drummer 3 drum editor easy info easy into Cubase drum editor? So so it's probably that Reaper has a drum editor like Cubase, but drum editor and Cubase have already kind of been there since 1990. 1989-ish or so. But let's take a look. So let's say if I have, so it's probably not going to be the same exact thing, but once you have MIDI data in, let's say if I just wanted to now look at the particular event, we could double click and see the drum editor. So we could have everything visible. We could also choose to, I only want to see drum sounds that have event names, or if we want to reverse the drum list, we have different kind of viewing options, or we could see kind of all of our different sounds. So I don't use the drum editor in Superior Drummer, but I think that you could pretty much do everything within the Cubase drum editor very easily. So it's incredibly powerful for that. It's been copied by many programs. And about the Cubase SX3, says, I know it's very old software, but it was great. I'd love to know if it's still available. So you could download it free. So the earlier versions of Cubase, you could still download as long as you have a license for it. Then it is free to use, but it's still available to download. All right. So Lucas asks, are there ever any specials on spectral layers? So there was one in the fall. So generally every month there will be different types of promotions going on. So, but yeah, spectral layers does come up on the specials and discounts and different promotions. All right, so we see from Davidi, says, I'm loving Cubase. Only feature I miss from Ableton is saving the whole signal chain as a preset instrument plus plugins. All right, so let's say if I am, so let's say I'm here, I have this instrument, and let's put on, let's say, chorus. So we'll get a modulation. All right, let's say we want to do and let's just set the mix. And we'll come over here, add another effect. So let's say, okay, now I just want to do maybe a wah. Okay, so what I want to do now is right click and let's save it as a track preset. So we'll say wah chorus Rhodes March 10th. Okay, so we'll hit OK. Let's do a new project. Okay, so I'm going to come over here to user presets. Let's get to instrument. So here's our wah chorus Rhodes. So I went to track presets now. So as soon as I come over here, we can open it up. We'll see our instrument. We'll have our effects saved on it. So as soon as we come right over here, let's get to our inserts, and we have like our vintage wah and our chorusing effect. So all that is just saved. So again, just right click and you want to save as track preset, and then when you come over here, you want to open up user presets and say, okay, we want to do track presets, VST instruments, and then just drag it over, and then your instruments with your different effects are automatically recalled for you. Okay, so we see Jeff Zabelski just says, I promoted Dorco SE to my pianist. He said it was quite the process being new to Steinberg products, even when free, but he got through it all and now has the app on his PC. So thanks for spreading the word, Jeff. See, Jeffa Gaming says, wow. So. Okay, so we see a question. Is there a way to avoid sample accurate edit cut on audio events when we import AAF? So, I think any audio that's kind of in the system, so let's say if I just wanted to come, so maybe, I'm not sure if you're trying to avoid maybe like at zero crossing stuff. We just jump to here. All right, so anything that's just a quick audio file. So, if you don't want it, so we could have, we see this little icon here for snap to zero crossing. So let's say if I was making a cut and we're zoomed way in. So let's say the zero crossing is where the amplitude just goes directly on, right at zero. So if I wanted to cut there, when you have kind of, snap to zero crossing, so, try enabling snap to zero crossing, and then it may not allow you to make cuts, but that's with any audio file, so it doesn't matter if it's imported from AAF. All right, so we see, and you could also, one other thing, if you wanted to do, if you only wanted to cut on the grid, is just to turn on snap. So now I can only cut on the grid. So if we only wanted to cut on the beat, as opposed to cutting freely anywhere that we are. So you could also just set the grid value in the snap. Okay, so we just see someone else's frustration is not being able to undo after accidentally loading the wrong sample in the sampler. All right, so let's say if we have the sampler, one of the things that you could do is, let's say I have this sound and I loaded the wrong one. If you lock the parameter settings here, you could just drag and drop any other sample in, and all the parameters will be maintained. So you could just hit the lock button and then just drag the right sample in as you see fit. So if you drag the wrong sample in, while there isn't necessarily an undo, so let's say if I just come, just hit the lock button, and then any of the parameters that you've had set up. So let's say if I come here, we have our filter on, then with the lock button, all those parameters are retained when you just drag and drop or drag any other sampler into the sampler track. Thanks for all the great questions. Let me just... All right, my chat just jumped on me, so... All right, so I think I'm back to where I was. All right, so we see from this Ninja Scares, says, Greg, thanks for all you do as well. It's appreciated very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate the kind words. Okay, so we see from John Barry. Hi, Greg. When assigning individual outputs in Groove Agent, the name is updated on the output list in the menu list every VST has, but not on the output list when you go to assign the next drum. All right, so let me just take a look at it here. Sorry, let me just activate this and revert it. Okay, so it's all right. So when assigning individual outputs in Groove Agent, the name is updated on the output list in the menu list every VST has. But on the output list, when you go to assign the next drum, let me see if it's continued. Okay. So it looks like maybe it's continued, but I don't see the second part of your question, John. So it says, when assigning individual outputs in Groove Agent, the name is updated in the output list in the menu list every VST has. But on output list, when you go to assign the next drum, all right, so I'm not sure if it's for an acoustic agent or Groove Agent. So let's say if we go here, so we could say, but the output list, when you go to assign the next drum, so maybe I'm not sure if I understand the question or if there's part of a question that's missing with that. But maybe if you could restate your question, and it's to John Barry. Sorry for being dense on my part. All right, great to see David M. from Liverpool. All right, Jeff Sabelski is inviting everyone to his concert at Paradise Performing Arts Center. And they're doing Prokofiev's Peter and the Wolf, and with him on oboe. So if you're in Chico, California area, sounds like a fun concert to go to. See, the Ninja Scare says Cubase is hands down the best ever. Literally, it should be the standard for production. So Cubase continues to grow in popularity. So, but thanks for the kind words. So you see from Antias, did you find an answer to my question about how to edit artist info from the Save Preset window when you create a new preset in PadShop, for example? So I haven't found a solution for that. But, the one thing that you might be able to do, and I know this is a workaround, but let's say if we tweak, and for the people that weren't on Tuesday's live stream, when we come here and we go to save a preset, what Antias wants to do is to come over here and see the artist info. So, we do have some attributes here. So, maybe if you use, one of the, so, these are pretty standard for, but maybe like within the name, so let's say you do, sun, bass, and then type in, the artist name, something like that. But I haven't found a way of doing that. I kind of reached out to some of the people in Hamburg, but I haven't heard back if there's a workaround or a solution for that. Sorry about that. All right, so we have Ramona's Diapers from Southeast Michigan. He's late, but here. Usually misses the live streams. We're glad he can make it today. Thanks for joining us. And we see that Gareth has his Korg Nano working fine for him. And John Barry display also with the Korg Nano control. Make sure that you have the USB power saving, like on your motherboard, should be probably turned off as well. Okay, so we see from Mike Reinhardt, I'm ready to do a system upgrade. Should I go with Intel or AMD? Which one has better performance for Cubase? I think they both work really well. I would avoid where you have kind of a hybrid CPU scenario. So some of the Intels are doing something a bit odd where you have some cores are running at one speed and some other cores are running at different speeds. I would maybe not get that, but maybe I know Jazz Dude does a lot of stuff with the AMD processors. I think that they're both great choices, but if you have the option of doing like a hybrid, like a dual speed processor, avoid that because it's not actually properly supported in Windows. Okay, so we see from Alex Kai, hi Greg, on the left side of Hallion 6 there's a section with chords, but when I try to record, an empty event is creating. When I press stop, it disappears. How can I live record from this chords section? All right, so let me just open up. See if this is preset that has it. All right, so they kind of changed where this is on Hallion 7. Let me just see if I could. Okay, so let's say if we have chords here, so let's say just load up a quick preset. Okay, so we'll come over. And I don't think that as we record, so I think what you have to do is it doesn't necessarily, transmit MIDI data. Let me see if it's changed. Let's see if we go to our MIDI inputs. Yeah, so I think that while you can trigger this, that you, instead of it doesn't transmit the MIDI itself, but let me just. So what you need to do is to just drag from the chord pads out to the project window. And then, so if you hit record and trigger these, I don't think it's that it transmits the MIDI data. So we'll come. So it just disappears, but what you need to do is just come over here. But let me see. I'm going to just assign trigger notes. Okay, so now let me come over here. So now I have these assigned as trigger notes. So I think if I just record. So now that we have those particular trigger notes and I record it from a MIDI controller, we could record that data, and that's going to then re-trigger the chords. But if you're just clicking on it from here, that's not going to transmit the MIDI data, but you could record the note that triggers it, and then that will be captured so you can play it back. All right, so you see Jeff Sabelski is number 85 Smasher, and I was at 205, so I'm almost 50 minutes behind. I'm going to do my best to try to catch up. All right. Okay, so we see from Funk Move, and their question is, hey, is there a feature where you can create a volume curve with the drawing tool possible in Cubase 12 Elements? I haven't tried it in Elements in a while, or I probably haven't done it in Cubase 12, but if you want to try, what you could do is, let's say if we have different automation points here, I'm going to just move that down. So let's say we have a curve, like just a fade out here. And if you hover over the center, you could then adjust and do kind of your Bezier curves right there. So let me know if that's what you wanted to do. And you can check to see if it does it in Cubase Elements. If it does it, that would be the method that it would use. All right, so we see a question. Hey, Greg, could you walk through changing the key editor notes from flats to sharps? Okay, so let's say I'll do just a quick chord track. Okay, so let's say I'll put this in. Let me just think of a good key for this. All right, so let's say we do B flat, E flat, all right, F, etc. All right, so we have these notes. Let's get to my Rhodes voice here. Let me just drag this out. Okay, so often this may be tied to like the chords. So let's say if I just kind of draw in different notes. So we often kind of usually go kind of the opposite way. So let's say like I'm going to key a B flat here. So let's say if I have that at this point, there's a preference that you could try, and I think we go to editing. There's event displayed chords. You get enharmonics from chord track. So if you go to preferences to event displayed chords and pitches, so you could get the kind of the enharmonics from the chord track or not. So right now, if I looked at a particular note, we can see that these notes are set to A sharp. But if I wanted that to be B flat, I could come over to that preference again. Let's get the enharmonics from the chord track. So now when we look at it, the notes will now be set to B flat. So you need to have kind of a chord track. It's a little odd. I'll grant you that. But if you have the chord track, then again, just utilize the preference under event display, chords and pitches, and then enharmonics from chord track. So you could turn that on or off as you see fit. See, John Costigan says FX panning is revelation number 1 for him today. Okay, so we see from Lesko, Brendan, his question is maybe off topic. For live streaming, vocal and guitar processing plus VST instruments, Cubase probably not optimal. What does Steinberg offer? Don't like Ableton, using Windows. So if you're doing for streaming, a lot of times, Cubase is fine for that. So, many people use it. It's often when you're doing streaming, so we have plenty of people who go out and do concerts. I think Hans Zimmer has, they have multiple copies of Cubase used for his show. When I saw it, a couple of years ago, his last tour he did in the U.S., it was probably the most complex concert you could ever imagine. And I think he's in Hamburg tomorrow night. And they're doing all their different things with Cubase. But if you're looking for streaming, what I use for what I use for the streaming setup that, we hear now is I just take the audio outputs from an audio interface and feed it into a separate mixer with a USB output, and my microphone is connected into that. So that way I could change sample rates and don't have to worry about it. A lot of interfaces, like the Steinberg UR series, like the URCs, can have a built-in loopback. So this way you could have like a microphone plugged into input 1, and you could have the actual performance. You have your Cubase backing tracks and a microphone combined, and use that for the streaming output. So a lot of times it could be more kind of hardware based, but if your audio interface has like a loopback, that can make it easier, or use kind of a dual system like I use. And I just am very used to it, so until it breaks down, I'll probably continue to use it. All right, so we see Damkey asks, I've heard some songs, the claps from drum where they sound three-dimensional. How is this possible in Cubase? So it could be just, just using a reverb could do that. So often when people say something sounds three-dimensional, it's going to be a reverb setting, and maybe you don't necessarily have like the direct sound and you're just listening to the effects returns and you're hearing that. But you could also do it if you're doing surround sound or Dolby Atmos stuff. You could do that, but often it's probably just going to be a reverb that does that. But if you have a specific example you want to share, or it's like I can't figure out how they make this sound, please feel free to send a link to to clubcubase@steinberg.de. All right, so we see from John Barry, hi, could you highlight the benefits and differences between Halion Sonic SE and the new Halion Sonic 7? So one of the ones is going to be, it's kind of a more unified for different ratings. So when we open up a Cubase, let's just say, let me open up a Halion Sonic SE or Halion Sonic track here. So, being able to see all the different libraries that you have here, and if you do have different ratings systems that you would set in Cubase and different ratings that you set in the instrument, those used to be separate. They're now all coalesced together. One of my favorite things is just being able to have a flex phraser. So, you still have like 32 outputs. There is a little more depth of editing. So once you get into, let's say I want to go to, edit, and we'll go to program, I could just turn on like a flex phraser here and play around with this. This is like a really slick, it's a really slick arpeggiator. So let's say, okay, I just want to come over here to an electric piano, but I'm not an electric piano player. Now I'm just going to hold down a chord. And if we wanted this to be set to eighth notes, you could just kind of come over here and or let's say, okay, I want this to be eighth note triplets. At this point, you could just kind of choose, different But let's say I wanted to do a different sound that was layered, so maybe strings. So I wanted to come over and we'll just say, put the strings on channel on the second voice, but I'm going to make them on the same channel. So now when we come here, so let me see if I could just find something a little more. Here, we can just pull this out. So now I can do. So I could have different like flex phrasers. So now if I wanted to edit, I could say, okay, let's go to edit the program, and let's say I wanted the early 70s piano. I want this to be 16th notes. So now as we play. So being able to work with the flex phrasers, I think, is a really key thing that's brand new in Halion Sonic 7 that wasn't in the SE version. So play around with that. Okay, just reading through comments. All right, so we have 2R Studios. Says thanks a lot in advance. Can the MIDI logical editor automate the sustain to cut off every time a new chord comes in? Thanks. So I think what you can do is have it set to all right, so let's say if I have chords that are set up here, so I'll just rewind a little bit and okay, here, let me just adjust this here. So I think there's an actual function for this. So let's just. All right, so say if we're. Okay, so let's say if we come over here, let's say if we have in the part, let's say we just do sustain pedal. I don't think I have it one hooked up currently, so I'm just going to draw some in. Or let me just find a quick part. I think I could probably get one. Let's see if there's a sustain pedal on this piano. Okay, so we have sustain here. Okay, so let's say if we wanted to take all these notes and make them shorter. So I think that there is like a sustain to like note length. Let's see if I can find it. Pedals to note length. So under MIDI functions, I think if we say So experiment with that, but let's say, but I think that will do it. But let's see if there's a particular logical editor preset for this. All right, like my logical editor today. All right. Get this project open. All right. Let's just take a look and see if there's. Yeah, so try going to the MIDI functions and choosing pedals to note length. I think that will do it for you. All right, so I just see from Balkan Stereo Karaoke, is that free? So I'm not sure what that was referring to, but maybe if you could specify. All right, so we have a question from Essa. Hi, Greg. Thanks for these videos. I have a question about regarding vocals. I imagine I record a simple vocal audio. How do I get it the exact same level? Do I do this with a compressor, or best to do it manually? So, this is kind of the exact purpose of a compressor, is to kind of make everything consistent level-wise. So let me see if I can, we'll just change some of the some audio to bring it out for us. So you could do it manually, but often this is again exactly what a compressor is designed to do. So I'll come in here and we'll just take different phrases and maybe adjust their gain. So we can make some too loud, too soft, and a bit overall inconsistent. All right, and we may already have some dynamics on here, so let's bypass that. So we'll listen to our vocal here.
The day we first met, that was a long, long time ago.
So this will probably be softer than louder.
It was 7th grade in the school parking lot, waiting on our yellow coach to ferry us home.
So if we wanted to just put a typical compressor on it, we'll just come say, okay, let's just go to our compressor. We'll do a standard compressor. And we want to kind of bring up the soft parts and bring down the loud parts.
You recall the day we first met, that was a long, long time ago. It was 7th grade in the school parking lot, waiting on our yellow coach to ferry us home.
So you may just have to do a little harder compression.
Waiting on our yellow coach to ferry us home.
So that way you can see when the levels are, changing drastically, the compressor will just kind of take care of that for you automatically. So, and if you needed to, you could always, cut an event and, move it up or down with clip gain. But, I would always try to compressor first. Okay, so we see from Damkey, where can we find more presets, FX or track? So if you wanted to, a lot of people don't realize that there are lots of track presets that come inside of Cubase. So if you go to media, we could just say, okay, I want to go to presets, and you'll see track presets, audio. So there's lots of different audio track presets that are available. And, what I always tell people to do is, like, once you have a project and you liked how it turned out, I remember, like, when I used to work in studios, many, many years ago, it was very common that as soon as the client left, and this is when everyone was using like an Akai S1000 sampler as a DAW, because it was what we had to use at the time, working with 48 tracks of analog tape. As soon as the client left the studio, everyone would go through and sample, like you would just play the track. Okay, let's get that kick, let's get the snare, and would sample it into an Akai. You got your floppies, all right, good. And and the assistant engineers and engineers would often spend 30 to 45 minutes just doing sampling sessions so that they could call up those sounds if they needed to again and kind of build up their libraries. So while you're working on a project and you like how it sounds, save it as a track preset. And then you could build up your own arsenal of track presets so you could have access to, multiple sound choices and multiple options very fast. All right, so we have a question. Hello, Greg. I can see that we have JavaScript for MIDI remotes. Is there a way to write scripts for the project logical editor? In other words, skip the user interface process. So there may be, but nothing that's available to end users. So, might be an internal JavaScript that, is used for the development of it. But most people would rather have kind of a graphic user interface for it. It's a little easier to understand, but there isn't one that's available to end users. There might be one internally for the developers to use. So. See, Gare says that sound could be Skrillicified with some tweaks. So now if I only know which sound it was. So. All right, so we see Rob Fatland asks, MIDI editing. Is there a fast way to combine even time spacing and total duration for a set of notes, perhaps using the cursor, example, a 13-note run uneven or space them evenly across 2 beats? So, yeah, we'll show you a trick to maybe utilize for this. Okay, so let's say we have a MIDI event here. Okay, so let's say, like, I want to do, we often see this with, like, kind of harp glissandos or glissandi, if you will. So let's say I have a series of 16th notes, and I want to do just a quick step entry. So I'm going to come here. Okay, so when we look at this, we can say, okay, we have, like, I'll just clean some of it up a little bit here. So, okay, so we say this is our harp run. I'll just make it full screen so everyone can see it a little easier. Okay, so if we wanted to, and let me just quantize these all to 16th notes for now. Okay, so we have our 16th note run. When we go to our quantize panel, we could just choose different tuplets. So I could say, let's do 13th. And now at this point, and let's set our So if we hit quantize, we can. All right, let me just see if I. All right, so let's set my grid to maybe whole note. So now when I hit quantize, we can just have it quantize to 13th notes. Or if I choose 11, we could get 11 notes kind of in that particular measure. So this way we could just take, even just any number of notes that are in, and then set your tuplet value here. And you probably want to set the grid to a whole note. And now we could just kind of quantize and put in. And let's say if we have that set as 11th notes and we have this set for our quantized value, I think that now if we go into step entry and say, okay, we're going to start right here. That 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. So then we could put in 11 tuplets. So just by going to the quantize settings here, again, just say, okay, I want my grid to whole note, and I want 11 divisions of that whole note, and then we could put in 11 tuplets. So we could just do stuff like that if you wanted to. So if we say, okay, I wanted to put in 13 notes in that space, we'll say our tuplet is set to 13. We can see the division. All right, and let's go ahead and just delete that note. We say, okay, we're going to start right here on the downbeat. So now as I put in my So now we could have 13 evenly spaced notes between, just like that. So let me know if that's helpful. All right, so we see, how do you stream the Cubase to us? Do you use ASIO Link, Pro Tool, or something? So I definitely don't use Pro Tools. So, but all I do is I use OBS, which is free software. So if we come over here, so I have OBS and I have my Yamaha mixer set up as the audio source, and I have it set up to display my screen, so my display monitor, and then you get like a streaming key for the YouTube channel, and you connect that into your OBS, and then you click on start streaming, and then within the YouTube software you say go live, and then from that point, so I kind of do it through OBS, which is probably the most common way of doing it, and that will allow me to to do the live broadcast. See, Spike Williams says, greetings, mightily Cubase community. I learned so much on Tuesday. Thanks, Greg. So you're welcome. See, Val Lou says, frequency equals basically Pro Q3. You get to save a lot of money too. So. Okay. Gareth says, time to granularize the like. See, John Barry says, glad I stayed with Cubase and not switched to Nuendo. All right, so we see Spike Williams at 227. There's 96 likes already. All right, so a question, will this stream be saved in the channel? Yeah, so once you go to the Cubase YouTube channel, you go to youtube.com/Cubase. You'll see like little headings at the top, go to live. And I think we have like 280 live streams that you could go back and refer to. So yeah, it's definitely available. Just when you go to the youtube.com/Cubase, you'll see like videos or home videos live. Click on the live button. and then you could then they are they are available to watch. All right, so we see how do I transpose the MIDI notes from my controller live? All right, there's a couple different ways of doing this. So let me just go to a different project here. All right, so let's say I have my piano, and I'll just make this a little louder. All right, one way is to just come over, and if you go to, on a MIDI track, you can go to MIDI modifiers, and you'll see transpose. So I hit the same key. You could also go to an input transformer and say we want to do this on the track. That we could just say we want to take transform, and we can say we want to transform MIDI notes, and we want them to transpose. We'll say value 1. We will subtract 2. And you could also just come over to a MIDI insert. And then if you wanted to do MIDI modifiers here, we could transpose. If you wanted to just come here and say, okay, I want to transpose up 4. And if you hit the record button, whatever you record will be, so I'm hitting the same key here. And then if you hit the record button, whatever you play will be recorded at the transposition for you. So 3 or 4 different ways of doing it. So we see there is a Cubase 13 coming out. So I would say, there's always going to be a next version of Cubase. There's, Steinberg is very successful selling Cubase, so we have lots of users, and we want to continue to offer more functionality and features for users. So there will be a Cubase 13. We don't know when it's coming out. We're not going to announce it until it's ready, because it just gets to be like really annoying. It used to be kind of the running joke of like the NAMM show. It used to be like everyone would show stuff like way before it was shipping, and customers would just get kind of irritated when it was delayed. So it used to be that, that NAMM was an acronym for not available, maybe March, because it used to always be in January. And then that kind of morphed into not available, maybe May. So when the new versions are out, we'll let you know, and when it's all done and ready, and that way, everyone will be happy. All right, so we see Gareth is going out for dinner. All right. Hope to see you back, Gareth. All right, so. Okay, my chat field moved, but I think I'm back to where I was. All right, so we see from Charles Alexander, I guess it's Baldwin. I'm using Army's Total Mix for monitoring, but I want to use the control room for VST Connect. Is there any way to use the control room and keep the same routings in Total Mix? 2 active Sonar Works phones and 1 times monitors. So I don't think you would need to use the Total Mix. I think if you had the control room, you could use, your Sonar Works here in the control room and do all of the routing. So I don't think, I think that probably the Total Mix may be good if your software solution didn't have an equivalent of a control room. But I haven't used Army hardware in, many, many years, like 20 plus years. But I think that if you you're not going to have any problems utilizing the control room and routing it to whatever outputs that you have set up currently. Okay. All right, Little Wing Audio. Hi, Greg. Within the Cubase Artist 12, I need to view the waveform of mono tracks to check for phase issues. What to do? All right, so if you have, different mono tracks here, we'll take a look at something like if you want to do it on drums, which is pretty typical. Like let's say for kicks or like top and bottom snare mics. So let's say we have a top and top and bottom snare mic here on this track. So if we wanted to zoom in, we could see that, okay, like, these. So if I wanted, like we can see that these are slightly out of phase. And then if you wanted to just invert the phase, you could just on the info line right here, just kind of flip the phase if needed. So that way you could take a look at 2 different tracks and just visually look at the waveforms and see if they're kind of going in the same direction. And you could just flip one without having to do anything and see if it sounds better. If it sounds better, you could leave the phase flip, but just look at the 2 tracks visually and you get a sense if you need it to deal with phase issues or flip the phase or polarity. All right, so I see Essa. So I see your question again about the compressor. So or about getting the vocals the same. So and we just showed it a little while ago. So all right, so we have Knight Brohan checking in from Switzerland. Thanks for joining us. Always wanted to go to Switzerland. See Tim Weinheimer, just great comment. It's really sad when some bands who reissue their albums first time on vinyl only have had it originally released on CD. They don't understand they have to remaster it for vinyl. It sounds horrible. So I found that as well. All right, guitar player Nico says hello. Thanks for being on the live stream today. Let me clear my throat. All right, so we see question. Hi, Greg. Is there any way in Cubase 12 Pro to make the handles of MIDI editor curves bigger? I find myself fishing for little boxes with the mouse, and it's hard on the wrist. Okay, so I guess it's if we're in, we just. So if it's just like the curves here, so let's say if we go to our drawing tool, we just enter. All right, so if I in here. So let me know if this is what you want. Okay, to make the handles of the MIDI editor curves bigger, I find myself fishing for the little boxes. I mean, and once it's kind of selected, I mean, so let me know if this is, like we could see kind of the black, and if we wanted to change the frequency of it, we could hold the shift key. So if you wanted to kind of fit in specific realms, but let me know if, but it's kind of, as we have this set, we could just see kind of the line here for like where we're doing this. So we say we have that much space and hold down the shift key. I want 3 repetitions of that or whatever. And we could just, again, just come here, hold down shift. I'll just start holding down shift. So if I want that to be spread over one measure or multiple ones to be spread, we could adjust. But I'm fear that I'm misunderstanding. Let me know if that's the curves that you're talking about. Okay, so we see maybe a clarification from John Barron. Sorry, it's hard to explain. There's a menu for the window, and this has the activate multiple outs, and this list updates when you assign a drum, but not inside Groove Agent. I'll send a clip. All right, so let me just do a new project. I think I may know what you're talking about, John. Sorry for misunderstanding. All right, so we'll add an instrument track of Groove Agent. Okay, so we go to our mixer, and we're going to have, I'll just hide my input channel. So we have one channel here. So if we add, let's say if we go to our VSTI rack and we go to our outputs here, we can say, okay, let's activate outputs. So as I add them here, we could see that they're automatically added. Okay, and let's say if I'm in an agent, let's say I have a kick here. So let's say I go to this, and now I start activating outputs in the mixer. That if I come here and say, let's go to output 2. So that's gonna route it and send it to the destination. So I say, okay, let's go to output 3, output 4. So now when my snare, these will be routed, and we still have the room mics that are. So, and if we were doing kind of more of a beat agent kit, I think we would get the same results. So let me just load a kit. Okay, so now so we go to edit to main, that if we add different outputs here for each pad, that as soon as we add the output in Groove Agent, it's automatically added, and then we have the outputs. We'll see that they're activated here as well, so that they kind of work in sync. But let me know, if you want to send a video clip to me, John, at clubcubase@steinberg.de. That would be great if that's still not helpful. All right, so great to see Troca on. Glad you could join us. I see a question. What is your favorite new thing in Cubase 12? The one thing that I use a lot, and this is maybe just a personal preference of work I do. So often I may get a project from different people to play bass on. So I like being able to take the whole mix and drop it to a chord track and have the chord chart laid out for me. So I like that. That's my personal favorite, but I think that there's the Razor is really spectacular. Also being able to do the scale correction in Very Audio is pretty slick. Obviously a lot of people love not being tethered to an e-licenser, that they could not have to have a USB e-licenser. That's really handy as well for a lot of people. So, all right, so we have Larry just saying hi. He's late saying hi and wants everyone to have a great rest of their Friday. Thanks for joining us. All right, Michael Teams wants people to whack the like button. All right, so we see, is it real easy to sync up your hardware rack units as inserts and sends to Cubase? So all you have to do, and this is in Cubase Pro, so when you go to your audio connections, go to your external effects, and then what we need to do is just to add an external effect, and then we hook it up to inputs and outputs on our audio interface. So you need to have an audio interface that has available inputs and outputs. Once those are configured, you can add, let's say, an audio track. And we will come over to, let's say, our inserts, and then we'll see under when we go to, we'll see external plugins. You can say, okay, now I want this to go out to my distressor. Once you do that, depending on the signal path, that may impose a latency or a delay. And if we click here, we could actually ping the system, and that will automatically compensate for the any of the latency introduced by going in and out of the converters. Okay, so Michael Teams asks, howdy Greg, can you go through the new colors in Halion 7? So I haven't really played with this too much. I may do a better job of it next week. But I'll just show something, like I'll stumble through it like most other, like if I was just winging it, which I will be. I was planning on kind of learning it a little bit this weekend. So let's say we'll go to our instrument, and we're going to choose colors here. So again, this is a free instrument. So it's, I think, let's say if we wanted to come over here. So it looks like we could have different sound sources. All right, and then, so we see patches, easel, so this will probably allow us to incorporate some additional sound colors, and then if we wanted to add different effects. So I'll play around with it, but I think Dom did a video on it. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. But it's not necessarily like a traditional synthesizer interface, but where you could just kind of easily select different textures and be able to kind of modify them a bit as needed. And switch between some different tones to go back and forth, but so really good kind of ethereal, atmospheric textures with that. But I'll learn it a little more. All right, great to hear that Pablo says hi to everyone. That's great. Missing Pablo. He's probably busy doing gigs. Gareth is happy to hear Pablo's name. Okay, so Spike Williams says Flex Fraser is a revelation of the day. All right. All right, so we see just a question from Little Wing Audio. How do you change the voicing of the Halion keyboard? So let me know what you mean by voicing. So let's say if I was in, let's say like a string. Let me just jump back. And let's say I was just doing something like this where I'm going to hold just a C chord, So if it is like the voicing, if you mean, like different tunings, so maybe if you grab like a MIDI insert here, there's like a micro tuner plugin. So if I play a particular chord, so if you wanted to, have different temperaments almost, we could say, okay, I want this to be, let's say a pure major, and, I want this to be a pure, so that where each voice that you're playing, so if I wanted the F sharp to be, so that you're not really limited or bound by kind of equal temperament tones. So let me know if that's what you mean by keyboard voicing with that. And that works with just, any VST 3.5 instruments capable of doing it. A lot of them may not support it. So we just see from what ask, can you explain using FX channels for multiple vocal tracks and allowing to pan in stereo? Using sends is confusing. Incredible. So you're panning the effect and not the track. So yeah, as soon as we are doing that again, so I'll just jump back here. Let's do it on a vocal. Thanks for all the great questions from everyone. Hope everyone's learned a new tip or trick. And if you, have learned something, make sure you subscribe to the channel and hit the like button. All right, so let's say I want to take just the vocal here, and I'm going to take all of my sends out on it. So let's say
It was 7th grade in the school parking lot, waiting on our yellow.
So let's say I wanted maybe a long delay or long reverb on one and a short reverb on another. So, what sends allow you to do is to send to a different track, which would be our reverb. And that way we could send multiple tracks. So if we use just inserts, and inserts is going to be dedicated to one particular track, but multiple tracks can access a particular effects channel through a send. So, and just to kind of show this again, let's say I want to add, let's go to just quick reverb. I want it, let's say we'll go to reverence, and I want this to be just like a plate. So let's do like a 3-second plate. So now as we listen to this track will go through our plate reverb.
Seventh grade in the school parking lot, waiting on our yellow coach to ferry
Let's make
us
it
home.
maybe a 2-second plate.
You looked my way and your heart shone through. It caught my
And I'm going to take this lead vocal and let's add a longer plate. So I will come over, or we'll do like a different reverb altogether. So let's go to maybe more of an atmospheric. Okay, so let's go to like English Chapel.
7th grade in the school parking lot, waiting to carry us home.
So now we could have.
You looked my way and your heart shone through. It caught my breath while you called me to.
So again, just go to the panning and say, okay, I want the big reverb on the right.
Now I'm so in love with you, just like a long
And maybe I want to take the guitar and do the opposite.
Oh, I remember the day that we went. Seems like a long time ago. And our first kiss, there was no regret. Right after that Garth Brooks show, you told your daddy and he called my mom. Said you were too damn good for any boy that dumb. His soured words are now dead and done. That was a long, long time ago. Now our two grown daughters are married with kids of their own.
So that way you could use kind of different spaces and left and right channels, and maybe, and it was kind of a classic thing with like hard rock guitars in the 80s where you had, two guitars. Generally the guitars would be panned, hard left and hard right, and the reverb would be panned in the opposite speaker. So you could do that very easily using kind of the panning on the effects ends. So, think of inserts are going to be dedicated to a particular track, but I could send a guitar and a vocal and 100 other tracks to one reverb and have that same consistent tone. All right, so we see any tips on managing audio performance, meter and CPU efficiency, handling third-party plugins. So, if you're not using effects ends, that's one easy way of kind of making sure. So when you use an effects end, you could run one reverb and have 10 tracks go to that same reverb in varying degrees. And what I see a lot of people do is run the same reverb as an insert on 10 tracks. So that's an easy way to kind of free up resources. So, in some third-party plugins, just, some of them are more efficient and some are less efficient. So, realize that if you're trying to run, 140 reverbs and have your project play back, that, maybe you could run 3 reverbs and have all your tracks go to the same reverbs, and that way they kind of sound like they're in the same room, and everything could sound a bit more homogeneous. Okay, so John Barry asks, I've been trying out B-Box again. MIDI patterns seem to be stored in each B-Box Hallian preset, so to change pattern banks, you have to change the Hallian presets. Are they in the media bay? So let's take a look. Haven't played with this in a while, so. All right, so I think if we all right, so we have different patterns that could be switched. All right, so let's see if we So I think you might have to load up, each one will have kind of its own set of variations. So let's say as we play this. See, then we can save the patterns. All right, let me see if... So we could save them, we could drag them out to the project window if we wanted to, just by dragging like so. So I'll play around with it and see if there's a different way. But other than just kind of creating your own little B-box grid. But I'll see if there's a way to get like the different preset like patterns in there. But yeah, please email me, John, if clubcubase@steinberg.de. Okay, so just see what was the square box? There was cubes that you clicked just a few seconds back in Cubase. So sorry, I know it was a while ago. It's maybe like 30 minutes ago, so I don't remember. But maybe if you give me a little more context, this is from Tonu, Lucas Nova. All right, so Gerald Ely says, love that tuplet, the tuplet quantize tip. All right, wonderful to see Grant Nicholas on. Hope you're doing well, buddy. All right, just reading through. All right. See, Garrett says he got his loop mash working in Cubase 12. Glad he got it figured out. All right, so Marcos Osmirs asked, I got an SSL 12, and I'm not sure how I should set up Cubase for all the inputs and outputs. Now I see that you just have control room connected, but no inputs and no outputs. So can you show your setup, please? All right, so what I have is my outputs. So I go to my VST connection. So if I was recording, let's say if I had 12 inputs, so let me just come here. And so a lot of times we may start off with a stereo input, but let's say if I had 12 inputs and I wanted I wanted 12 mono inputs from my mixer, I could just go directly here. I'm going to move this. I'm going to say add bus, and we will say, okay, I want these to be mono, and I wanted to add 12 mono inputs. And then we could assign these to your whatever inputs are available on your audio system. If you need like outputs that are going to be going, so I generally have my outputs not connected, and I have my outputs of my audio interface going directly into speakers. So I go to my control room and I right click and we add a monitor. And then for, if you have like two sets of speakers, you could use let's say you want to use outputs 1 and 2 for one pair of speakers, outputs 3 and 4 for a different pair of speakers. You could configure those, double click, give your speaker names. So it's, like I have Yamaha HS7s, Eves, NHT, whatever, JBL. And at that point, you could just switch back and forth between your different speakers here as well. So So you could just say, okay, I want to go to speakers 1 to speakers 2. So you can configure your outputs for that. You could also use inputs and outputs to get in and out of external instruments or external effects processors as well. So however you want, if you wanted, 6 stereo inputs, 3 stereo and 6 mono inputs. If you have 12 inputs, you could have it set up for that. So it just really is kind of matched to whatever the inputs and outputs of your audio interface and your SSL 12 has. All right, so Oral Cole asks, hi Greg, could you show an example of how you would set up Cubase for a live worship session, which includes a 4-part band and 3 singers? Okay, so let's come over here. Let's do a new project. Okay, so let's say I was doing a 4-part band. So let's say for worship, so I want to add let's say 5 mono tracks. Let's add stereo track. Okay, so we'll call this maybe overheads. Left, let me see. So let's say kick, snare, toms. We'll just do one more. Okay, so I'll just kind of keep this open for now. So let's come over and let's add stereo. We'll call this overheads. I want to add mono, let's say guitar and bass. Let's add stereo for keys. And then let's add 4 mono for vocals. Okay, so let's say we have our tracks that are added. And now what I could do is I'll just give them names. So if we just double click on the names, we'll say kick, snare. Sorry, just come here, snare, hat. Let's see, tom, high, tom, low, and we'll say floor tom. We'll have stereo overheads. Let's have guitar, bass. Let's see, Vox 1, Vox 2, Vox 3. I'm just hitting the tab key to go to the next track. All right, and then I would probably, what I like to do if you're doing it live, select all the tracks, and then we can move selected tracks to a new folder, and then I could just arm the folder for record, and then we could save this as a template. So we can say, okay, let's go to File, we'll go to Save as Template. And we call this like worship. And hit OK. And then when you do Cubase, you could do new project. And if you have like kind of the same instruments and same singers, you go to more and then just say, okay, this is my worship template. And you could just start a new project, ask you where you want to store your files to, and then activate, and then hit record. And you could have all of your routing that's done for each of the tracks for different input stages. Save that as a template, and then you'll be in great shape. So let me know if that helps. All right, so see Tonu just saying if I could answer his question. Let me see if I have answered it. So I just see what the square box was, but I don't know what the actual square box was that you're talking about. If you give me a little more context, that'll be good. Okay, so maybe this is the square boxes with the MIDI editor. So let's say if it's like this event, so if we double click, we could go to the MIDI editor and then we could expand it into a full window just by clicking the little down or up arrows. So let me know if that's what it is. So we see, hi Greg, can you explain who can I change, or how can I change my lo-fi piano e-license in soft license? So let me see if it's under the new licensing yet. So there's more stuff that's transitioning. I think I saw someone mentioned yesterday, and I saw on Facebook that like Halion Symphonic Orchestra showed up as a voucher for them in their library. That was a question that was asked in the live stream. And some of these, aren't done by Steinberg, but are done by third-party libraries. Let's see if I just go to, you may see it here. So I'm not sure if this is on Steinberg licensing yet. Yeah, so I'm not sure if that's on the new license management yet, but maybe if you just install it again. But I think that it might still be under e-licenser, but again, this isn't one that's done by Steinberg. So sorry about that. I'm not absolutely sure, but I could check it out a little more. Let's see, Featherlight Studio says, thanks for doing these Hangouts, Greg. Super helpful. The colors interface is deceptively powerful, and when you activate the random patch generator, it's even more fun. So, yeah, looking forward to kind of diving into it over the weekend. Okay, so we see Charles Alexandre Boudouin says, I usually route everything to a master group routed to output 1 and 2 and use sends to output 3 and 4, 7, 8 to different Sonar Works instances, headphones. Any way to do the same with control room? So when you're using the control room, one is, we could have each speaker. So let's say if we go to our we could have our main area here. So we could have our phones, but the phones could have their own plugins, and each speaker could have their own, so each QMix could have their own inserts as well. So we could have multiple, and if we go to, let's say, and we could also have each monitor have their own set of speakers as well. So you could do, I think you could do everything that you needed to do in the control room. Okay, so we see John Barry. This is with the Groove Agent outputs. Says, yes, that's it. It would just be a little more easier for me if out 1 and 2 and 3 were changed to drum name once they've been assigned. That was all. It's only a small thing. So, yeah, I can see where that makes sense, but sometimes you may want to send, multiple devices to the same, multiple channels to the same output. There's cases like that, so we don't want to necessarily have, be limited to just the particular names. So as soon as you kind of give the option for something, you have to kind of go all the way sometimes in software design. All right, so we see Val Lu says, question, I know how to detect the tempo of an audio event, but if I want this audio event now to play on a constant tempo, I always fail. All right, so let's take a look. All right, may have something set up for this. All right, so let's say we have just a file here real quick. And we have our tempo, and it's not aligned to the tempo. So I'm going to select it. All right, so what I want to do now is just go to my project. So we could do our tempo detection. So we'll say analyze. All right, and we have varying tempos. So let's say we have kind of a downbeat. So I want this to be start of my 4/4 bar. All right, so we have a varying tempo, basically, and this isn't terribly uncommon. Doesn't sound like it's rushing or speeding up a lot. But if I wanted this to play back at a perfectly steady tempo, I'm going to select the event. So, and now what we want to do is just come over and say audio. This is probably the one step you're missing. And go to advanced, and we say set definition from tempo. And we can do this for all selected events or just one. So now we will see this little musical mode icon enabled. So I'm going to now, where this is around 120, we'll say 128, it's fluctuating. So I'm just going to say, let's put it at 128. So I'm turning off the tempo map and putting it to a steady tempo. So it's ignoring the tempo. So what we did with this set definition from tempo is we said we're going to take these tempo values, all the tempo changes, and embed that as metadata into the file. So now everything is speeding up and slowing down. So if we want to play the original tempo, so now you can see that the tempo is fluctuating. And if I want to be perfectly steady, back to our original. But if I wanted to be like 132, I could just come here, or 140. Back to the original tempo. Or I could take these tempo values here and just kind of say, okay, I want to go to the edge and just kind of compress them down so that they have fewer variations. Their variations are kind of diminished. Just by going to the right center edge. And so we want to be fixed tempo again. So that's how you do it. So let me know if that makes sense. All right. All right. So you see Gareth just says 140 reverbs, his head would explode. Yeah. It's kind of mixing by math. Anyway. So we have a question from Roger. He asked, hi, Greg. I want to use 2 MIDI controllers over USB. Can I move faders or knobs at the same time on both without interfering in Cubase? Certainly. So if you wanted to come here, let's say I have my choice OS controller. So let's say if I'm coming into a particular, let me just open up a particular plugin here. So I want to go to, so yeah, all your MIDI controllers can work peacefully together. So let's say, okay, I have a multi-band compressor on this track. And now what I could do is I'm going to assign the choice OS controller to be locked. So we'll say, okay, I want it to be locked on the multi-band compressor. So, or I could just have it locked on different parameters. And so now I could adjust. Let's go to my quick controls here. And I want it to just open up like my volume and pan. So I'm going to go to my Korg Nano control, and I want my focus quick controls to control. So you can see my volume and pan being adjusted by my choice OS controller. I make this the active window. My Korg Nano control is now controlling. Just close that window so you can see it a little. My Korg Nano control is controlling a plugin. My choice OS controller is controlling there's my choice OS controllers controlling the channel. My nano control is controlling the plug-in. So this way we could just, move both of them at the same time and have them operate different parameters very easily. Let's see. Roger asked, "Did you perform the song at 2 hours and 55 minutes?" I don't know what song it was. I may play bass on it. If it was like kind of the acoustic guitar song, it was my friend Wayne Estes. He's a guy that actually got me into MIDI stuff when I was in college. So long time friend who got me into MIDI stuff, and now he's kind of a bass player. But he posted the song on YouTube, and he lent it to me for demonstration purposes. He was kind enough to do that, and I played bass on it if it's the long time ago song. So. Okay, John Koskian says, "Thank you, Greg, for re-explaining reverb panning. You explained this to me months ago, but I applied it strangely. Thanks for straightening me out." So you're always straightened out, John. So now you could just try some new creative reverb panning. All right, so we have Maestro Musician just saying hi to me and to everyone. All right, John Barry just says, "Hi, what Yamaha mixer do you have? I have an ONV 96, a great control surface 2 Cubase with motorized faders." So the one I have is it's an MW12CX. So I've had it for maybe 10 years or so. I do that. So I'm trying to see if I could get they have a new like a mixer designed for streaming called an AG08. So I'm looking at maybe migrating to that. It was just released, so I'm seeing if I could borrow one from the company to use. But yeah, the ONV 96s are wonderful mixers. All right, so we have a question. How do you enable automatic track colors? Okay, so let's do a new project. Okay, so it's just going to be a preference. So when we go to your preferences, you'll go to under user interface, track and mix console channel colors. So we could, I think by default it's used the track's default colors. So when I go to add a number of tracks, they're all defaultly gray and boring. All right. So what I do is, just go to the preferences and I say use previous track color +1. So now when I go to add a number of tracks, it will automatically add, like starting from my first color that I've selected, and it will automatically increment the track colors like so. And this will just follow our track colors that we see in our particular project as well. So. All right, so we see this Ninja Scared. Is there a way when working in a MIDI editor or drum editor we can have the screen fixed, meaning it's stuck in that position as opposed to moving it around? I hope that makes sense. So I think if you just have it as, let me just go to a quick project here. Like, I usually have, like I used to run kind of two different screens. So I would always have, and I know many of my composer friends will always kind of have like one screen that's just dedicated to their key editor. So let's just say I have this event here, and I'm just going to move all the events. And I'll make this a more obvious color. All right, so let's say if I'm here, so if it's on, so what most people do is like when it's on a different screen. So let's say if I have this set up, and we'll imagine we have two screens, or this is kind of in a separate area. Now when I double click on this event, the editor window stays the same. So let me just move a bunch of notes here. So I double click here, the key editor stays in the same position. Double click here, the key editor's in the same position, just showing different content when you double click. So if you have the separate editor window open, that's not on top of the project window, then it'll stay in position and just update depending on what you double click to view in the editor. All right. So you see, Greg, it's the virtual keyboard at the bottom of Hallion. I guess this is with the Hallion question. So let's say if we go to, all right. So the keys highlight for the quarter note. Is there a way to edit that virtual keyboard for more open chord voicing? So I think if we come here, let's do a snapshot of the chord. I mean, I can just go, and let's say I like that particular chord, that now I can, and so if you just right click on the chords, so let me just do a snapshot chord for that, and so you could just kind of switch the chords here if you wanted to. So whatever you do, you could, with the chord pads, you could just snapshot the chord. And also if you're using like the chord track, you could, once you have the chord track set up, not inside of Hallion, but kind of independent, we could say, okay, let's say I have my Rhodes set up here. So let's say we're going to use our monitored tracks. But here we could change the voicings. And if we wanted to go into setup voicings, so, utilizing the chord track, we could say, we want simple triads, and I don't want to add root notes, so we could just, and again, so there's a lot of different voicing options that aren't necessarily tied to, to Hallion, but let me know if that's helpful. All right, wonderful to see Lucy Godfrey on. Just says, hi, Greg, great content as ever. I love Friday nights. We're glad that you could join us. All right, so we see from Got Yours says, this is the most common question here is about syncing audio to tempo. They just need to make a button and turn this all on automatically. Well, sometimes you may want the audio file to not sync, and that happens a lot. So we don't want to assume that, sometimes people do a tempo detection and then they want other tracks to sync to the tempo detected audio, but they don't want the audio that was, originating the tempo to change. So, turning it on automatically can make some dangerous assumptions for people. A lot of people, if you're kind of doing more of a drag and drop of different loops and sounds, it makes sense if that's your workflow, but there's a lot of other consequences that sometimes people don't realize, and that's why it's not kind of turned on automatically. See, great comment from Jazz Dude. Why anyone wants to produce a mono is a mystery. Just because so many people have old cell phones that they listen to and iPads. All right, so we see Jeff Sabelski has to bounce. All right. We see got yours is overly complicated, but, think of, as you're doing different scenarios, it's not about compared to other DAWs with, doing automatic tempo detection. So, obviously we have a lot of top EDM and hip hop clients in the world using Cubase for their stuff, for their work. So I'll tell Zed he's doing something wrong. All right, so we have Gareth ask, is there a way to temporarily raise or lower the pitch of a sample within Groove Agent? So yeah, let's show you. So let's say while we're playing a pattern here. All right, so I'm just going to go to the instrument itself. So I click on the instrument. So I say I want to do the snare, and then we see tune. So if I select the kick drum, and if you're doing it inside of like a beat agent kit, so let's say we play the pattern here. So I would just, so let's say we have like this clap. So I could just select this, and then when we go to pitch, we could just say, so we'll just say chorus tuning. And even here, I could just say, I want to do a pitch envelope. We can set our pitch envelope amount. So you can do stuff like that as well. So, go to the pitch tab on the beat agent kit or select the event, and you'll see a little knob for tuning on an acoustic agent kit. All right, just reading through comments. See, Got Your just says his favorite mixer is a DM C2000 version 2 is Tank, great controller, but got over the amount of room it took. So I guess the Yamaha DM2000, yes, it's a wonderful mixer. I remember seeing my first one at Elliot Shiner's studio, still uses his. Okay, I'm catching up. Okay, still reading comments here. See, Gareth likes Jeff Sabelsky's ad campaign, and Bach would have liked auto-tune, and Beethoven would have loved Groove Agent. So. See, Gareth has discovered the pitch envelope. All right. All right, so we see Jay Hatchie just says, hi, Greg, still had that problem with the extra bits at the end of audio files when zoomed all the way in. Just won't snap to the grid using Control-D. All right, so let's try this from scratch one more time, and we'll take a look, see if we could recreate it. Okay, so I'm just going to grab a quick... Okay, so I'm going to grab this and we're going to put it right at beat 1, beat 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this. So I'm going to select the range and make sure that my range is snapped. Duplicate it 4 times, so now we listen to it with a click. Okay, so now I'm going to make sure our range is set here. So we're going to snap to the beat. Let's go to our audio to bounce selection. We're going to replace the events. All right, and now we look at the ending. It all looks fine. All right, so I'm going to duplicate this track here. So let's say if I now at this point drag this out. And drag it out over here, see if it's off the grid. Now, I think what you said you did is put it into musical mode. So we'll take this particular event, and now it's in musical mode. And we'll see if doing that has copied it. All right, so let's go ahead and see if these are both playing in time now. And let's see if this is still. And I think you said you put the grid to 16th notes. So, I mean, it looks dead on to me. So let me know if I did something differently than you did, Jay. All right, so we have a question. Is there any way to record the output of Hallian as MIDI notes? I want to use different patterns. So if you have Hallian in, so it's not going to like transmit the different MIDI notes, but if you have the flex phraser, so we'll come over. And let's say if we go to but once you have the flex phraser open, let me just do a quick in Hallian Sonic. All right, so we go to the program, and let's say we activate the flex phraser. So once you have like a quick flex phraser done, all you have to do, and it's not going to necessarily transmit it out, but you can drag it. So you could just kind of come over here and record. All right, stop record, and then just drag and drop this event right into your timeline. So that's what this little MIDI icon is for. All right, I know we have a couple of questions that were mailed in. Let's get to those. Thanks for all the wonderful questions from everyone. We hope everyone's learned a tip or trick. All right, you see we're at 144 likes. It's fantastic. Thank you. All right, so we had a question. How can we change the click patterns in Cubase? So let's go ahead and take a look at that. All right, so I'm going to add a quick signature track. So let's say we're going to start off maybe with 4/4 time. So we'll come here. Now, if we double click on if we select the particular signature, we can now see in the info line our click patterns. So let's say we're doing kind of normal 4/4, but at this point, I want to change the click pattern. And so I click here, and then we can say, okay, I want this to be in double time when we get to here. Or I want it to be in 6/8. Or we could say, let's go to our default, and I want it to be in quintuplets. So we could do 5 different patterns. So we could say, I want it to be in quintuplets for these measures. I want it to be in normal cut time for these measures. And now we'll go back to 4/4. Hang on one second. I just have to help my son with something. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. All right, our next question that was mailed in is how do you get the click track heard when your output tab has bus stereo set to not connected and instead you're routed through the control room? All right, so when I go to my audio connections here, we'll see my outputs are set to not connected. And then when we go to our control room, we could actually see just this little icon here, which would allow you to have the click be routed through the control room. So as we're playing, we could just have the click track be routed through the control room. And if you hit the main button here, we could actually set different click levels, or if you want to pan your click, you could do that as well. So just in a control room, just activate the click track and then it will play back. Okay, so we had a question. I think I misunderstood it earlier, and they sent a quick video. Says, how do I overlay MIDI CC1 data on a track overwriting existing data? You replace only one with another, but I want to compile pre-existing containers. I put a WeTransfer link. So it's good and create the scenario here. So let's say we had MIDI notes up here, and we had some, let's say some modulation data on here. Okay, and let's come over here. Let's say we had this event. And we have, let's say, lower pitches. And that velocity data. All right, so I thought it was about kind of recording over existing velocity data. So let's say we have MIDI CC data here and we have MIDI CC data here. So if we drag this over, we have kind of both MIDIs, both of the MIDI CCs playing at the same time, because that's what you're telling Cubase to do. So if I'm not sure if you want it, so if we drag over, one of the things that you could do is maybe move this down and choose to like select the events here. And then you could probably just create a logical editor preset where we could say, let's delete, let's say MIDI CC1. And we'll put it between locators or inside cycle. Okay, so I think what had happened was if we moved this data and then in the video you showed that you glued it, that then it's going to merge both of the MIDI CCs together. But maybe if you don't glue, but what you could do is, as we move this, just say, hit the letter P, and that will set the left and right locators. You could select this event and then delete all the MIDI CC1, all the modulation data from that part, and now you can move that over, and then those two different bits of modulation won't be merging together, so you could just delete the particular range directly there. Okay, so we see, I'd like the opportunity for a second question. I want to temporarily use my mod wheel to modify a VSTI parameter different from the ones which it's defined by default. I know I can assign instant controllers, but those are routed to my X-Touch Mini, whose buttons don't allow me to much precision of as my keyboard. So a lot of different instruments will allow you to. So let's say we'll open up just Hallian Sonic SE here. So if I wanted to, control parameters, a lot of it will just have a learn CC. So I could just come and, learn the CC for a particular controller. Let me just load up a quick patch. So now my mod wheel is just controlling. So we can say forget CC. I want to move this, right click, learn CC. And now you could just have the modulation wheel control. So it could be up to the particular instrument if it does that. But, in the Steinberg instruments, just right click on learn CC, move the knob, and then your mod wheel is controlling that particular parameter without having to set up quick controls. All right, so another question. Hi, Greg. What's the best way to use Very Audio like a pro on vocals? Is there any good functionality that helps to fine-tune smoothly without having artifacts and what the colors represent? So a lot of times to do this, if you're having a lot of artifacts, and sometimes you just get, with practice, you'll, get better at tuning. It's a tool, it's a skill. So if we're doing our Very Audio here, we'll just say, the one thing that can often throw people off is kind of note transitions. So one of the things, if we wanted to just come over and let's just kind of zoom vertically here. So you notice that if we go to our full set of controls, we have these little like triangles here on different notes. So like often when we want to adjust notes, we could just, come and as we do this, not have when we do this, to make sure that the transition between the notes, so you could actually kind of set a buffer for different notes. Now, when we have colors, we could have the colors mean several different things. So we come over here, we could say, okay, I want to have them automatically done. I want to match the event. We could also have each pitch be a different color. But the one I like is if we have, let's say, a chord track. So I'm going to take the guitar and drag it to a chord track. And now when we go into Very Audio, we could have the colors match the scale so that we could see which notes, like these aqua notes, are within the key but not within the chord. So, but if I move this to, we can move this to particular notes, and let me just turn off. I may have the scale assistant turned on. So now if I move this note to red, this is out of key and out of the scale and not within a chord. So green notes are within, and this is when we have the color scheme set to scales and chords. So now that's within a chord, that's out of the chord. When it's red, this is within the key. So you could have the colors show different functions. All right, so we had a question. Hello, sir. We just had a small, quick question. If we wish to Q-link all channels and we can control them. However, is there a way to also control the read and write channels together? So let's add a number of audio tracks here. Let's jump in. So we'll add 12 tracks. Go to our mix console. Okay, so now we have these tracks. So we'll say audio 17 through 29. Okay, so I'm going to activate Q-Link, and let's make the channels a little bit wider so we can see them. So now that Q-Link is active, we can link our faders, but we could also just come over here and link read and write automation as well. So once it's set up for Q-Link, if we click on, read and write for all the channels, we could just come right over here. And I think that if you just also click, let's say if we don't have any channels selected, that you could read and write to all channels in the project up at the top here. So that would be global, or if you only wanted it for selected tracks, we could just enable the Q link and then turn it on and off directly here. All right, let's jump back to our live questions. Thanks for all the great questions, and hope that everyone's learned a new tip. I think we may have time for one more quick question. All right, let me just jump back to... All right, just going back to where I was left off. All right, so we see from Jeff Sabelski, how to change the timing input grid from 8th to 16th in Dorico 3.5 elements. So I think 6 is, so I think what 6 is quarter notes or 7 is quarter notes. So I think it's 6 is quarter notes, and then 5 would be 8th, and hit the 4 key, and that would be 16th notes, and as you put it in. So you could just use the numbered keys on top of your QWERTY keyboard, and that will allow you to switch to different input rhythmic values. All right, so you see Michael Teams wants people to smash the like button if you have not. Michael Teams says his brain is tired. Okay, so I see a question on the arranger track. Maybe we could do that for Tuesday's live stream. It may take just a little longer than the time we have. All right. Music, Manic, New York. Hi, can multiple MIDI devices be active in the MIDI remote at the same time? So yeah, you could definitely do that. So like we showed earlier just on Roger's question. So you could have, multiple MIDI remotes as well as, different devices for generic remote, all sorts of great stuff. See, Marcus just says, thank you guys right now. One day I might know 50% of what I could do with Cubase. So I'm still learning stuff all the time too. See, John Barry wants the output from Hallian, just like Groove Agent. So yeah, I'm not sure why it doesn't work that way, but it currently doesn't, but I'll pass it along. All right, so I think we're just about out of time. I'm going to go ahead and wrap up, but we'll be back on Tuesday. Thank you, everyone, for the lovely questions, and thanks for spending your afternoon, evening, or morning with us. And we will see everyone back on Tuesday. Everyone, please stay safe and healthy. Take care.